Got it?
Hear ye, hear ye.
Your hair goes like that. Yeah, we've got a new TV ordered, so. It's now about 20 years old. Chairman's County Commission Court come to order this regular meeting of the court on Tuesday, 28th day of June, 2022, 9:30 a.m. Scheduled for 9:30 a.m. It's now 9:34 a.m. And if you'll all rise, Bobby Hall will be leading the pledge.
Lord, we just once again come before you to seek your guidance and your leadership and how we conduct the business of Chambers County. Lord, we just lift up all our departments with this as they work, especially those that work outside. And may you keep them safe and everything. Lord, we lift up our law enforcement officers. It's just this country that we love so much is just in a mess right now. And they're the ones that are there where the water hits the wheel. I just ask you to guide them, protect them, so you can. Lord, again, just be with us, be with those that make decisions this day, that they will seek your leadership and your guidance. And Lord, most important, may this country turn back to you so that we can get you. Amen.
Thank you, Bobby. You want to send a pledge? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Steve. All right, I have two citizen comments. Martin Gonzalez, he's got Martin. I'm gonna wait till we get to the agenda item just a moment. I'll make stand here too long. And then Larry Moore on 35 and 36. We'll wait on that. First, 1.1, discuss and consider resolution recognizing the Honorable Larry Cryer for his 40 years of service as the Justice of the Peace Precinct 6. Where's Larry? Hey, Mary. Come on up, Larry. 40, come on right up front. Come on, Larry. 40 years, huh?
Yes, sir.
You start with year 10 or what?
Yeah, thank you.
Whereas Larry Cryer has been married to Maggie Joseph Cryer for 47 years. Maggie, you don't want to join us? And together they have two children, Adam and Kelly. Whereas Judge Cryer was elected to serve as Justice of the Peace for Precinct 6 in 1982, winning this election by a single vote. This election made him the first Justice of the Peace for this precinct, and today he is the only person to ever hold this position. Whereas during his tenure, Judge Cryer has presided over thousands of criminal and civil cases and performed more than 3,700 weddings. Whereas Judge Cryer has served as faculty member and instructor for judges through the Texas Justice Court Training Center on the Legal Assistant Advisory Board at Lee College, as a member of the Baytown Police Academy Board, and as the municipal judge for the city of Mont Belvieu. Whereas Judge Cryer is a dedicated public servant, helping to found the Cove Volunteer Ambulance Service and actively participating in the Barbers Hill Pilot Club, Barbers Hill Lions Club, Barbers Hill Homecoming Scholarship Association, and Barbers Hill Homecoming Scholarship Barbecue. Whereas Judge Cryer is well loved by Chambers County residents and was selected as Citizen of the Year in 2011 by the Baytown Sun. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of Chambers County Commissioners Court hereby recognize the Honorable Larry Cryer for his 40 years of service to the people of Chambers County and thank him for his hard work. Motion by Commissioner Court, second by Commissioner Court, and all those in favor?
Aye.
Come on up, guys. I know they won't fix it.
Come on, get it. Here this time, Mark, I can't see you. There you
Okay, I know it's hard to make it.
go. I know. Just have to get through it.
You get it?
Come
on.
Good, good.
Judge and judge.
Okay, this is good. Here we go. And we would like to have a picture with wife and kids if that's possible. Can I get one of you guys? Like, okay, you guys.
It's gonna be 41 years here soon.
That's right. I know it's just too many.
All right.
Everybody got it? You want to say something? Yeah, come on. Bring the camera up.
Come on.
Hey.
Let's get the mayor up here too.
All right, where do I? Come on. Let them get their family. And then we'll let them get there.
You didn't have Billy?
I did. All right.
Tommy, I can't see you.
Here we go.
There we go.
Everybody in?
Y'all look at Tammy real quick.
Look at
Tammy,
Tammy.
one time.
Y'all gonna start sharing photos here. Yeah,
27 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
that's right.
Thank y'all. Thank you, sir. Come on, Mayor, come up. Thank you. You want to photo it? Mayor, you gonna say a word? Don't like this thing. I have my hand in the pocket. He's got my truck. All right, Mayor, go over to the microphone so we can get you on the record, please. There you go.
100 years. Hey, Judge. Gloria set up TV for Pride Month.
Myself, city council and staff at the city of Mont Bellevue, we appreciate the judge's hard work. He's a dedicated person. We simply enjoy Judge Cryer.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You wanna go to the microphone? Yeah, I want you
Yeah,
to.
but that's gonna take.
Anybody else wanna speak?
No, you got a judge.
I rehearsed this. I rehearsed this and rehearsed this, so I won't get any of it right, so I'll tell you that. There's no way to express your feelings. You know, when people are saying things like this. You can't, I can't. But I will say this, it was like day before yesterday, 40 years ago, we were driving out of town or in town, one or the other, to be sworn in. And I'm telling you, I didn't know what to expect, you know, in the job. But I have, except for the people who have lost loved ones, in the job we do. It's that's a trying thing within the job. The sad part on top of that is people whose lives get destroyed being charged with criminal activity. It's terrible, especially young ones that have been misled. And all we can do, we can't let them go. We can't do anything to them but the law, and that's what we do. Or we do and send them up to the other ones that are here that are in the higher court. We're the grill on the train, the JP offices are. We're the grill that you see, you know, going down the track. Everything, we hit it, and then it comes to Jimmy, and it comes to the district judges and all the other people. And you don't have the time for me to thank everybody individually here, because every one of you have a story that I know about. Our story about why we know you. And I'll just say this, that I don't know how I got to keep the office, but I have been really, really appreciative every day when I get up that somebody had faith in me. And when I say somebody, you know what I mean by that. The whole thing, faith in us. One thing we never want to do, in my opinion, as elected officials, is to ever disappoint the public. And when I say disappoint them, I mean under good rules, not to make people happy that don't need to be in the situation they're in. And when I say that, I'm just saying those things are the judge will agree with that. I know he will. He has to do it every day over here on many levels. The juvenile population that we handle is unbelievable. And that's just me a little bit, not what the whole thing is about. But let me tell you, there's a many hours spent by people involved, the attorneys here that handle all the cases, all the things that make our function, our money that we get, our offices we run. And that brings me now to what I want to say about the staff in the offices that I have. One thing that wasn't mentioned, we do have a court in Beach City also. We don't do very much down there because there's no police department down there. And we only handle critical problems that happen down there that can come to that city court. So we have that one, of course, in the city of Mount Belvieu, as you heard, and then the JP court. And I've been fortunate enough to be used by Judge Palumbo for years before he retired. I went over there and probably got 50% of my experience over there. What we do in a week, they do in 2 hours in that court in Baytown. But all the judges that have ever been here, some have passed. Those that are there now, I want to say that you should be proud as a taxpayer and a voter about what you got. They are sincere, and I have had disagreement. Take the icing off now. I had disagreement, and didn't mean I'm right. It just means I had disagreement with some people in government. And I never hurt them, never meant to hurt them, and they know that. But it is the right we have to come before them, all of them. And when I say all of them, I'm not just picking out the commissioner court, but we have a right to express our feelings and then shut our mouth after we do. I promise you, I did. I not got what I wanted every time, but I still got to express myself. So thank you very much. I can go on. I hate to even speak because I just can't believe what somebody went to all the trouble for today is what right here killed me. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, jerk him out of here, Maggie. We got business today. Very hard. So you're courtroom.
Everybody half of them.
All right, 1.3, discuss and consider presentation from text regarding enhancing the text DPS CV waste station in Chambers County. Larry, do you see all those guys with badges on out there? Would you run this way? There it goes. Morning, gentlemen. We're on your item. If you'll introduce yourself, introduce who you got with you. Is that on?
I don't think like so.
Tap on. Oh. There you go.
Okay, David, I see you with DPS. I'm out of Houston. I'm in charge of Harris County and Chambers County. And with me today, I have Captain Bart Teeter. He's out of Austin, and he helps the state oversee the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program, also known as MICSAP. And then with me, I have Lieutenant Virgil Verduzco out of Austin. He's also in a SME in this area. And Lieutenant Alfred Eason. He's out of Houston, and he oversees Harris County and Chambers County as well. And then Sergeant Anthony Orlando, he's out of Baytown, and the scale is in his area of operation.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, you've got a presentation.
I've got some
Handouts.
handouts.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we're here to discuss moderation. You put it on the slideshow.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. It's just click this little touch or something. Yes. That's it, yeah. Oh, yeah, go down, go to your right, a little bit. More, right there. Should do that. Okay, so we're here to discuss the current operating conditions of our waste station that's on I-10, milepost 821 here in Chambers County. So I had the pleasure to work in this area as a trooper back in 1999. I'm showing my age. I do realize that. So even back then, we were starting to get into modern technology. At that time, we were starting to type truck inspection reports on laptops. But our laptops back then did not have internet access. So other than that, we would still have to manually inspect trucks, have face-to-face contacts with the truck drivers, manually weigh trucks on the in-ground permanent scales. And as you all know, technology has gone leaps and bounds. So just think of your first cell phone that you had, right? I mean, that was a big thing back then, not being tied down to a landline, right? So you had your mobile phone, little flip phone, had the Razor, right? The best thing on the market.
Mine was in a bag.
Oh, so you're going way back.
Way back.
Way back, mid 80s. So so from right there, think of your current smartphone. You have a portable computer with you at all times. So the way that we can inspect trucks today, for me, 24 years later, it's amazing what's out there. So we're going to talk about our current setup and what we can do to modernize into the current age. Okay, is this thing on?
Go.
Is it on, sir? Okay, that's fine. So we're going to discuss 5 things today, okay? 5 things. First, like I said, the current and the previous sites. The previous sites were on I-10 and milepost A-15. Second, we're going to discuss how we can modernize this current site. And 3, we can implement various screening technologies. And those encompass pre-pass, drive-wise, weight and motion scales, USDOT readers, placard readers, height detectors, infrared scanners that help us check brakes to make sure they are working. Now, all this stuff is being done as the truck is mobile, okay? And also what we call the LPRs or license plate readers. And then finally, a current technology that can help us to detect radiation activity, whether it's a legit isotope or a dirty bomb, basically. And fourth, how Chambers County can help us get there. And then 5th, what TxDOT can do to help us get there. So I'm a visual person, so here's a picture of the current way station. It's out there in no man's land between Winnie and Anahuac. Next slide, okay. There you go. So currently at this scale, we have a small storage building that's being used as an office space. It's the same one that I worked out of back in 2000. We have a in-ground scale that just has the capability to measure 1 axle at a time. And it also has a 2-lane inspection area, which includes 1 pit. And these lanes are covered by an awning. And then lastly, it has a CMV parking area that can also be used to inspect the trucks. So kind of the same setup. The only thing that we have different now than we did years back is that the pit and the covered area. So here's a picture. If I'm standing on the west side of the scale, that's looking east. And this is a westbound scale. As you can see there, that building, that's what we have as an office right now. And the in-ground scale just can weigh 1 axle at a time. So we want to also improve that scale to where we can get a truck up there and weigh all the axles all at once. And I've got a picture here that's not in your handout, but I've got one here. So this truck is pulling into the weigh station out in Seguin. So I got a little receipt here. So when that truck is on the scale, we have the capability to also print out the truck weights. And as soon as that truck gets to the correct spot on the scale platform, all the axles are weighed individually. And then we also get a total weight. And again, here's a picture of the 2 lanes that are covered by awning. One side has a pit and one doesn't. And the picture on the right is a parking area where we can inspect trucks. So our primary goal in checking trucks is always commercial vehicle safety, right? Through the enforcement of state laws and federal regulations. So we also have the opportunity to increase our manpower there with non-commissioned CMV inspectors. So we can probably house up to up to 5 of them there that will supplement our inspections at the site. So currently we have 2 troopers, CV troopers assigned to Chambers County, and then we have 3 more in the area. 2 are assigned to Baytown and 1 in Humble. So we have a total of 6 troopers when we're fully staffed. Sometimes we have troopers out on injury leave, FMLA leave, vacation, training, so forth. So right
At the
now,
border.
and at the border, yes, that's correct. So right now, this station has 3 spots filled, 2 are in transition. So just think of what that extra manpower can do for us. So right now, our current goal is to have the station open about 8 to 16 hours a week. With the extra manpower, we can have it open 40 hours a week. And again, like I said, primary goal is CMV safety, but as you know, the more trucks we inspect, comes more citations. Sometimes they turn to warrants and so forth. So
Hours gonna vary on the station days or just straight days?
it's, well, we go by the truck peak hours. Normally trucks operate between 6 a.m. to about 6 p.m. and then it kind of takes a nosedive. So our goal is to operate during peak hours. So one of these, so for us, it's important about truck safety, right? But for the trucking industry, they also want to be safe because they don't want to cause an accident, be negligent, but also to them, time is money. So the less time they spend parked, the more money they can make, right, safely. So one of those ways that can assist us is called DriveWise technology. And so what that does is companies pay their fees to get on board with DriveWise. DriveWise pulls in data from the states, FMCSA, and it calculates their safety scores based on citations, accidents, out of service, insurance, licensed drivers, and all those things. So the better their safety score is, they may get a bypass. But the ones that aren't safe or don't have DriveWise have to put in the scale. So, sir, if you could click on that link for me.
Click on the
that
link.
link. Do a right click and then open. You may have to escape out of the presentation mode. Yeah, let me see. Okay, do escape right here. Okay, I'll go back to this slide. You can just look down here over there. There we go. Go over. Right click on the blue area. Yeah, right click and open.
Yeah, try push down the whole button. Control and switch.
Yeah, you were talking about
There you go.
technology.
Yeah, you can do that. You can copy the link.
Good.
Do control C from right there. Okay, slide the link. You see. People out there. Gotta be able to right click right there. There's some room. You see.
Start signing at Clemson, who transferred to Florida, and now on his way to play for Gus Malzahn there at UCF.
No,
So
that's just
a
probably.
little more to deal with there for the Gators. Pup Howard, a 4-star linebacker. You've heard us talk about him maybe before. But he did play in South Carolina yesterday. Pretty
You ought to be
quietly.
able to right
Nice
click on that.
Work there, that's good.
A pretty big factor.
Yeah, do a right click right there, but don't highlight, click out of that section and I'll do right click right there.
It's not giving me the.
Maybe you're just in review mode. Okay, go back to YouTube and just type in DriveWise and it'll come up.
Go back to sports.
Arch, man, Texas. Hey, scroll down a little bit. Let me see what's up there. Which one is it?
That it?
Okay, click right there. Let's click on the blue one there. Hold on. Yeah, go up, sir. Maybe one of the first two, like how DriveWise works. Okay, right there. Go to that second one with that green icon. Go up. First one, yeah. First one up there with the cell phone right there. That one.
Son, we're grabbing burgers for dinner if you're interested. I'm big.
Welcome to DriveWise Free and Clear. DriveWise is the nation's largest weigh station bypass service and provides bypasses at fixed weigh stations and mobile inspection sites across the country, right from your smartphone or tablet. Here's how it works. When using DriveWise, you should mount your device in the cab, where you will be able to clearly see the DriveWise driving instructions. We also recommend you connect your device to a power source. Before you start your drive, make sure the DriveWise is running and that you can see the ready screen. Then you are good to go. The DriveWise app is hands-free and requires no driver interaction. Once you started DriveWise, it will keep on running, even in the background, until you quit DriveWise or restart your phone. To quit DriveWise, tap the back arrow on your device. When prompted, please confirm that you would like to quit the app. DriveWise provides a free heads-up service that notifies you of upcoming weigh stations and inspection sites at over 1,200 locations across the country. DriveWise also offers a paid service that provides you with bypass opportunities at over 600 of those sites. You can try out the bypass service at no cost with our free 30-day trial. This is how DriveWise works at sites participating in the DriveWise bypass service. When you are 2 miles away from a participating weigh station or inspection site, you will receive a visual and audible alert. You will receive a second alert when you are 1 mile away. Sites that are participating in the DriveWise bypass service will be identified by a banner and the words bypass supported on the screen. If you have started your free trial or subscribed to DriveWise, you will then receive a driving instruction to either bypass or pull in. The bypass screen has a green light and the pull-in screen has a red light. Your chances of getting a bypass are largely determined by your carrier's safety score. Bypass rates vary from site to site and from state to state, based on screening rules put in place by state law enforcement agencies, working in cooperation with DriveWise. If a weigh station or mobile inspection site is closed, you will receive a bypass driving instruction. This is how DriveWise works at sites not participating in the DriveWise bypass service. At sites not participating in the DriveWise bypass service, you will still receive 2 mile and 1 mile heads-up notifications. These notifications will have a white banner and will include the words non-DriveWise. At these non-DriveWise sites, you will only ever receive a driving instruction to follow road signs. You will not receive bypasses at non-DriveWise sites. In addition to providing bypasses at weigh stations, Drivewise also provides bypasses at temporary or mobile inspection sites. At locations where mobile inspection sites are occasionally operate, you will receive a heads-up notification, just in case a mobile site might be in operation. Note that some of these occasionally operating mobile sites are located at truck stops, rest stops, or at otherwise
Yeah, so that's drivewise.
That's just one of the things that, you know, we can implement to the waste station. And here's a diagram of what we just saw. So right at the 2 mile mark, the drivers with the have driveways will get a notice that there's a waste station in 2 miles and then 1 mile, and then they'll get either the pull in or the bypass instructions. And pre-pass does the same thing. It's just a different company. Again, you know, same methods are used based on their safety score, insurance, all those things that, you know, that are important to us for safe trucks on the road.
How does the trooper that's manning the weight station know whether the truck passing by got a pass go free? How do they communicate?
There's a screen that we monitor that we get all that data in there. And if we happen to miss one and you know, we go stop that truck, their bypass alert stays on for like 10 minutes after they pass the waste station. So they can prove to us, look, my app said bypass. And pre-pass, you know, same type of deal, pretty similar. They get alerts prior to the waste station, and then again, they will be told either to bypass or pull in. So sometimes we'll see trucks that have both driveways and pre-pass. And then another thing that we can also implement is weigh in motion scales. And that's just what it means. It can weigh the truck at up to highway speeds. And if it detects that it's overweight, it will tell the truck to pull in the waste station. And then second arrow there talks about hazmat placards. And what we mean by that is like those gasoline trucks, tankers that you see on the road that have like a red diamond on that side right there, and it has like a 1203 numbers. That's what a placard is. So we have the capability also to implement those readers that will tell us when a hazmat truck is coming. Sometimes we may want to focus more on hazmat trucks than other trucks. So that's what that's good for. And then the LPRs also just helps us ID that truck, that plate belongs on that truck. Sometimes we will catch stolen vehicles. Sometimes they can be flagged for being involved in suspicious or criminal activity. And then we will get the alerts. Another thing that's important too is height detectors. Maximum height in Texas is 14 feet for a general vehicle. If they're beyond that, it will give us an alert. You know, so it helps us also check for permits, over height permits, overweight, width, and so forth. And then we have this neat technology. It's operated by infrared scanners, and it detects like heat on the brakes, right? So heat is what color? If you can imagine it. Yeah. Red, right? So if we see one that's green, that tells us right away that truck has at least one bad brake.
And we'll also look if the tire is red, that's a bad sign. We want the brakes to be red and the tires to be white. If we've got a flat tire that's running real hot, that technology will pick that up as well.
Yes. And then we have the USDOT readers. So that will read the numbers and it will give us some feedback on the company snapshot, and it will tell us their safety rating. Sometimes they're flagged to to not operate on the highways due to their low safety scores. So they shouldn't be out there. So this will also help us catch those trucks. If we can click on the link, sir, right there. Or just type in that language into YouTube. This one here, this video will shows a clip of all the stuff that I just mentioned, puts it all into motion for us. It's that one, the red truck.
International Road Dynamics is an intelligent transportation systems company that improves transportation efficiency and highway safety by using roadside electronic screening systems to detect, measure, and analyze. Here's how it works. Trucks and other commercial vehicles approaching an inspection station are checked at highway speeds for compliance with regulations. Weigh and motion scales and laser dimensioning scanners check for vehicles that are overweight or overdimensioned. Tire anomaly sensors check for underinflated, overinflated, damaged, or missing tires that could pose a safety hazard. License plate readers, US DOT readers, transponders, and other automatic vehicle identification technologies identify trucks. A hazmat placard reader identifies vehicles transporting hazardous goods. The in-station system performs screening operations using credential information from federal, state, and local databases. Trucks that are within acceptable weight and dimensions and deemed a low safety risk are directed by message signs and transponders to bypass the weigh station. Other trucks, and those randomly selected, are directed by roadside message signs and transponders to a ramp where they can be rescreened at slower speed and their brakes and tires are checked using infrared cameras. Problem is detected. Trucks are only weighed on a static scale or directed to an inspection bay if a problem is detected. A tracking system monitors trucks, follows their notifications, and generates alarms in case of unauthorized bypass. Automated vehicle inspection protects infrastructure, saves time and money, reduces greenhouse emissions, and enhances safety while improving transportation efficiency. To learn more about IRD, the world leader in highway traffic management, email or visit us online.
So that there is one company that offers their software to connect all these things together. Hopefully that kind of cleared up, what I was talking about. And then the last thing we would want to install is radiation detective screening devices. So as that truck shows right there, we would mount the scanner somewhere on a pole or like here on a road sign. And if it detects a certain level of microns, and then it will detect it to, pull into our weigh station. And again, that can help us also inspect legit loads that had radiation, or also help us detect something bad like a dirty bomb. Okay, so can you go to the next slide? Okay, so the questions is who's going to pay for all this, right? So yeah, so that's why we're here. I've got the man that knows all about budgeting to my right. So some things that we have to work on to fit all this stuff in our current site. we would ask TxDOT to give us a hand to extend the entrance and the exit lanes into the facility. This will allow us to fit all this stuff in there, the scanners, the weight and motion scales, all the signs that tell the truck where to go, left for inspection or back on the highway and so forth. And this will also help us improve the traffic flow on I-10 because I-10 backs up quick. I mean, I know you guys drive it all the time and there's space in between you and the car in front of you. You know, you see a truck behind you, truck in front of you, but whenever we turn on that light out there, within 5 minutes, it's backed up all the way past that road there, close to the way station. Don't know what that road's called, but it backs up pretty quick. So things that we're looking at to upgrade will be the building. We have what we call mixed-step funding through our federal partners that can help us with that. You know, we're going to need to upgrade our storage building to house our tools, creepers, chalks, all these kind of things, ladders, you know, you name it. So we need space to store that stuff. The technology upgrades, I will have Captain Teeter talk more about that. And again, TxDOT can help us out with the lane extensions. What I have seen that works too is up in New Waverly on I-45 at our scale there. We installed signs that say all trucks right lane for like the previous 2 miles going into the waste strip, and that helps us keeps those trucks in the right lane to get pre-screened. So Chambers County, what we're gonna ask, I can't read it that far away, but I'll stand over here. That looks like either way. So, you know, we need water out there, whether it's a water well or don't know if, you know, y'all can get water out there now through a line, but water is important. As you know, we begin to build a manpower, we're going to be there more often. We're going to be there 5 days a week. Something important that's needed that you may not think about is a safety shower. If we crawl in the truck and we get some diesel on ourselves, some gasoline, some kind of dripping chemical from a truck, you know, we need water to you know, wash ourselves right away. Something we can discuss after today would be a MOU that can help us support a county budget to help us with things such as cleaning of the offices, garbage pickup, washing the pavement. Yes, washing the pavement where my troopers are going to be crawling and walking. If you go out there right now and just walk around, you will be hit with a overwhelming odor of urine and feces. Yes, truck drivers go out there, they pull in, they do their business and leave. So we need somebody to go out there, power wash, you know, once a quarter or something like that. We will need help with janitorial services. We talked about power washing. Okay, so we live in a you know, close to the coast, salty area. It's always humid. If you go out there now, the scale was built back in 2009. All the beams under the awning are rusting already. Paint's flaking, rust is showing. So we need like a constant maintenance to keep that rust away. A question we can talk about later too is out in Seguin, they put a awning over the entire scale and ground scale and the office. That will also help with the longevity of the building and scale, you know, keep it out of the weather. And then again, so aside some money for future repairs, improvement, purchase of minor stuff like creepers, chocks, stuff that breaks down. So just to give you a bird's eye view of our weigh station out in Waverly, their total length from the exit from the highway into the scale and then back to the highway is just over half a mile. It's 0.6 miles. I didn't believe it when I went, but yeah. So here's a picture of their weigh station. This scale was one of the ones that was state of the art back in 1999, 2000 when it was built. So there's their in-ground scale. There's trucks coming in. And this video is on my computer, sir. If you can just click on the picture there and it will play it for us right there.
We have a pole out there with all the arrays on it, and this is where we get most of the real-time data from. So this interfaces with the weigh in motion detection that we have out there in the lane, and we have all the imaging. I'm saying on feed over here, but it's all real time. Gives us license plates, typically front and rear. Sometimes depending on the vehicle, how fast it's moving or the position, sometimes it may not catch all the information. But it's pretty reliable for the most part, given the DOT numbers. It also cross-references the DOT information with Safer, and gives us the actual company. And then we can, if we need to pull up any information on a vehicle, we can go ahead and go into the detailed selection. It gives us a little bit more of a summary. We're going to give us several more pictures. Gives the estimated breakdown of the axles. But we always cross-reference what we get from weigh in motion, with what we get actually up here at the status scale, we get more accurate reading. We want to use it. Different point of view images of the truck. What's the interest? So as far as what we're working with, we don't have the thermal imaging yet. I don't know when they plan on implementing that for us. We just got our overheight detection a couple months ago, earlier this year. And all that boils down is just the same way how we get like an overweight alert. We'll get a overheight detection alert. It checks several different other things and run DOT numbers to make sure that they're active. But we may get an alert to go ahead and investigate on the DOT to make sure that it's still actively certified through Safer, FTSA. Also, if we have any problems with a particular truck or carrier, we can also go in here and we can add them to a hot list, where when they come through, it'll give us a certain hot list alert to let us know that that truck is back in case there was something that was, that the driver didn't come and pull in and something like that. We got an issue, or we're having an issue with that company or something like that. We can go ahead and put them on a hot list to where it notifies them they're back. We can also do that through DriveWise, and I believe PrePass may have the same capability as far as utilizing hot lists. The only difference with these two is that when we do a hot list with IIS, it's all here in sight. These hot lists, it'll flag them for the whole platform around the state.
Okay.
So if we have a truck that runs on us and we can't get them back here, we can put that truck or that carrier on a hot list, and DriveWise, statewide will pull that truck in at another
facility for inspection.
That's just an example.
That just shows how all the devices are, streamlined and, put into one system. One screen is a drive-wise screen. Next slide, sir. And then the next screen is a pre-pass screen. So that's something that, we can monitor. There's a drive-wise screen, there's a pre-pass screen. Then this is it's called IIS that imports all the data, like I mentioned earlier, the height detectors, the USD distributors, LPR, all those things get put into one system. And it will show us a picture too of the truck in question. That's just the image of our way in motion that's inside the facility once you get off the freeway. That's a readout display there. So just to give you a heads up of what we're able to do right now with our current manpower and our current situation here in Chambers County with our troopers. In 2019, we inspected 419 trucks, and then came COVID, we checked 44 trucks. Then we started getting back into it last year, up to 524, and so far, for the current year, that's through right now. So we still have half a year to go. So we're trying to work it more often as we can. So that just gives you an idea of what we're able to do with, one to two troopers a week, maybe once or twice a week. So just imagine, being open 40 hours a week. And here's a dimensions of our current weigh station right now. It's just over 1 mile in length from the exit lane back to the entrance back to the freeway. And it compares to the one in New Waverly. Just over half a mile to 1 mile are here in Chambers County. So if we can click on that one, and then see if you can do a right click and open it.
Are you about done, Trip?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. We got a lot to get through.
That's the last short video there. Okay, so that one just shows a short clip of one in Florida, how they use it to interdict criminals, because they're also out there, right? So we're gonna come across them. Next slide, sir. Go next slide. Okay, so summary, we just talked about those things about our current weigh station, the previous ones, what we can do to modernize it, what types of screening device technology we can use. We talked about how the county can help us, and we also talked about how TechSoc can help us get to where we want to get.
Timely having them here.
Yes. So is there anything you want to cover, Bart, really quick?
Just to clarify, obviously, I'm glad TechStop's here. Y'all own the space, so anything we do, we work with you. The sensors that we're talking about, the pre-screening sensors, probably on Interstate 10, going to be on the ramp, but we can do a traffic study. There's a potential that we can do main lane. We don't even got to bring trucks off. Companies love this. It saves time. It saves fuel. It allows us to focus on the bad actors instead of just the random screening. So we take those bad actors off the road, as David showed. 1 in 5 of the vehicles that have been inspected here in the last 4 years has been removed from the road for significant safety consideration. So that's our goal. Goals are always highway safety, but also infrastructure protection. That's where the WIMS, the new scale that we would put in. I came from the Midland district. I think we're second only to y'all probably in bridge hits out there. So those overheight detectors are like gold to us. So we want to get those in there. Again, the big reason we're here is who pays for what. And on our side, we can help with the new scale. We can lease the nicest building we need out there, everything we need. The one thing I can't do, one grant money through our federal grant is I can't build something. I can't do a capital project. So if we need to expand that awning or something of that nature, then that's hard for either us or TxDOT to do that without getting it into a legislative session and out years and, who knows when it happens. So if we get into a situation like that, that's where county money, if it can be set aside, can help. And then, as David spoke, some of the maintenance stuff, that we do, maybe, you talk about cleaning, maybe porta potties for drivers, whatever we need. If we need a fence around the facility, maybe you help us with that. But all the big ticket items can be handled through grant money. Civil work, hopefully between county and TxDOT, whatever we need to do, we can get done in-house, hopefully. But we've had great success in these partnerships. Our most recent one is in Mitchell County on I-20 between Midland and Abilene. County did a turnkey facility, and we've been manning it now for nearly a year. Everybody's happy with the results. We've got other examples of these great partnerships. So we look forward to working for you. Excited to have the conversation, and be happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions? I'd like y'all to give there and Thomas, it's timely because we're coming up on budget workshops, and put some requests in, and let's look at what we can do and the revenue we're gonna bring in, more revenue, and but this is Aaron right here. Make sure you got his contact. We're gonna handle it on the budget side. You flip those lights back on?
I was saying that y'all needed that way station washed down every quarter or so. I think we need to get with Ron and then maybe work something out with the fire department to have them maybe come out there and wash it down to y'all. Just set up the schedules in so we can, Tommy, if you want to get with Ron, if that's something we want to consider to have them work with y'all to do that. Good idea.
Thank you. Yeah, y'all can, I mean, you can work these details out, but we need to look at budget numbers for sure.
And just real quick, does anybody know approximately how many trucks pass by that waste station every day?
A bunch.
Mention that to TxDOT out there, because they do have ground sensors that can tell that, but I cannot answer that.
Okay, yeah, we need to look at the revenue area, and then we need to look at expenditure. We'll be glad to help. I know it's a good partner. It's been a good partnership, and it'll continue to be. So I guess the MOU you'll provide will be similar to Walker County, Seguin. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Y'all be safe.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for your service. Stay safe.
Martin, I'm gonna get you on just a minute. Patrick, you out there? Promised him I'd- Aaron, we said Patrick's out there. Oh, there he is. All right, let's get to yours real quick, then we'll get to Martin's and then Brandon Martin. Economic Development Tourism 5.1, discuss, consider authorizing submission of hazard mitigation grant program application to Texas Division of Emergency Management, Hackberry, Gully, and Cotton Valley Drainage Improvements. Patrick.
All right. Good morning.
Morning.
You have a packet with your agenda that details a proposed application to improve Hackberry Gully and Cotton Bayou for a hazard mitigation grant program that is due on the 30th. And so we've worked with Crazy Nichols and we've kind of worked out this project benefit area and this impact. And, essentially what we're attempting to do is apply for these funds. There's $667 million that's out for competition right now. It'll conclude on the 30th. So we get this application in and, hope it gets funded. The particulars on this is that you're going to apply for $8,670,609, and you have a 10% match. So this is now a 90-10 program. This recent change historically had been a 75-25. And so it's very favorable. Your match here is $963,401 for a total project cost of construction engineering for $9,634,410. Once we get the application in, we should expect to, hear some sort of feedback within 30 to 60 days. I wouldn't expect awards that quickly, but certainly by the end of this year, we ought to know whether this is going to be funded. So we're hopeful. It has a really good benefit cost analysis, which yielded a benefit cost ratio of greater than 8, which is pretty significant based on the improvements the reduced cost to improve a home after it's been flooded. And that's kind of how we structure those costs. And so
And the good thing about this is no LMI.
this is not, this is not a CDBG program, so there's no LMI requirements. It is strictly to, reduce impacts to structures. And that's what we're showing. in this packet.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried 5-2. Discuss, consider free the Nichols Inc. tax authorization for contract for development of application for FEMA hazard mitigation grant program. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Todd, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries 5-3. Discuss, consider approving internal county building construction guide. Patrick, this year.
This is not me. This is not me.
I did not work on this project, so I'm gonna let Ryan.
Come on up, Ryan.
discuss it.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning. Thank you, Patrick.
Morning. So this was something worked on with the economic development. It's spearheaded with engineering.
Pam had.
Right.
Yeah, Sam put it in, but she's not here, right?
Mhm. And so I know engineering looked at it. I don't know if y'all need to comment on it, but basically they're just trying to get it to where there's no confusion with things, with county projects and things, because Bobby was the patriarch of the DRC, back in the day when it was formulated. So
We just need to make sure that if, right now, if you're going to develop in Chambers County, you're a private industry, then you come through our DRC. You meet all the guidelines for drainage, et cetera, et cetera. The county's got to do the same thing. So right now, it's been kind of helter-skelter, knee-jerk reaction. No longer. If you're going to build a building, if the county is going to do any construction within the county, they've got to come through the DRC, meet all the requirements for environmental, engineering, everything. So
Yeah, and that's what we should be doing anyway.
that's right.
So this just clarifies that.
That's right.
And you recommend approval?
Yes, sir.
And Ryan? Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Questions? Those in favor?
Hold.
Go ahead.
I agree with Bobby, I think it's helter-skelter. The problem I've got is, we sit here today, we're still approving this. We need to. We got our financials looked at for 10 years, 20 years down the road, but we have not yet built or did a facilities list or a 10-year plan. Anything, we're still helter-skelter, jumping all over the place. I want to build this building. I want to build that building. I don't know how many buildings we're chasing, but we have not sat down as a court and prioritized anything and made a plan.
Yeah. The plan was to do that during budget, so it's coming up. All right, I got a motion second. Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. All right, finally, 3.1, discuss and consider authorization to contact TxDOT district engineer to expedite the repairs to FM 63 from Highway 61 Anahuac to I-10 to repair the approaches on each end of Turtle Bow Bridge. It was good to see the construction on 563 this morning coming in. Come on, Martin.
Judge, I placed it on there because we've had complaints through our engineering department. They blame the city, they blame the county, and I'm gonna throw the blame where it goes this morning. So.
He's throwing you under the bus.
Throw under the bus.
Good morning. If you'll introduce yourself. for the court, please, for the rest.
Is it on? Yep. Good morning. I'm Martin Gonzalez. I'm the district engineer for TxDOT Beaumont District. Really appreciate the opportunity to come and be in front of you today. What I'd like to do is, so Noel Salick is our area engineer, and he'll give an update on the project on 563 that I know that is on the agenda. So that's good. It's very timely. But I also wanted to take this opportunity to introduce our new maintenance section supervisor, Ted Hickman. So Ted Hickman is joining us from the Abilene district. But the reason why I wanted to make sure that we came and put a name to the face, because my expectation of my staff is, as we have any issues within our road in Chambers County, Ted Hickman is the one that you want to reach out to.
So Ted will be over the Anahuac office.
Yes. So
Welcome, Ted.
so our intent is to have good communication with all the commissioners and judge. So if you see some of the issues, I know we're not going to be shy about reaching out. So please make sure you do reach out to Ted, Noel, and myself. So we're here to help. But as far as that's all I wanted to do this morning, I'll turn it over to Noel unless anybody has any questions of me for regarding Ted and his position. But Noel can provide the update for 563.
I do appreciate the partnership we have.
Absolutely.
And we have issues, y'all have issues. I know it's back and forth.
And I just want to make a thank you from the court for all the support you've been giving us in HGAC and everywhere, and jumping on the project on Highway 99 over the weekend. You and Noel both appreciate that very much. Well, that's all three of them. So Ted was actually out there with his crew. So again, we're doing a lot different things in Beaumont District. So we got to partner, communicate, and work together to get things done. So that's our goal.
That's great. Ted, if you leave us contact info. Before you leave, drop the card off. I'll share it with the commissioner. Morning,
Morning, Judge, commissioners. Again, my name is Noel Salk. I'm the TxDOT Liberty area engineer and oversee Chambers County as well as Liberty County. Appreciate y'all taking the time. I know a couple of different city county entities got thrown out there, but I will tell you, FM 563, that's us. And we've had some issues with it. We've been working our way through some design issues and just pavement issues, and it's taken us a little while. And then on top of that, I'm sure everybody has experienced who's involved in construction, obviously the price escalations with material, ability to get cement, which you do have cement-based road out there. Although I think probably the main thing is just availability of asphalted binder. Price, things are happening with the economy that and I'm gonna make no excuse for that. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still us. So I'm glad to report that our contractor Gulf Coast is out there today working on the south side, continuing with the widening operation. That's kind of where it left off when we started having issues. And they will be working all the way back to I-10. Actually, we're gonna try and sit there and cover the entire, there's some of the interchange that's been milled out, so we'll be covering that up. I know there's been a lot of questions about Turtle Bayou. If y'all remember a couple of seasons ago, there was some repair work out there. At that time, we found issues with the approach slabs. And we tried our best to match the approach slabs to our bridge grade, which short of doing anything else, that's kind of what we had to do. And unfortunately, we ended up with just kind of a weird grade out there. It dips and it hits the bridge deck grade and then kind of comes back out. And we're looking at trying to see if there's something else we can do there. Obviously, there's some potholing there. We did get that repaired last week, and hopefully no more. I've heard a number of folks that are losing trailer deals out there. Hopefully we're able to at least alleviate that. But again, we also realize too that we have we do have an overall issue that we're trying to look at and see if there's something we can do. So, but anybody have any questions about 565 or anything over in the county for that matter?
Well, I appreciate the update from Roberto yesterday. Send that to me and I'll share Commissioner Walker, or you can send it to everybody.
Yes, sir. I know Roberto's been in contact quite a bit. You know, we have a couple of different things going on. Again, mentioning Turtle Bayou, but this time it's I-10, you know, we're doing some repair work out there. So hopefully we can alleviate some of the potholing that we're seeing out there. And then hopefully later on, we are also going to be doing some work out on State Highway 99 I-10 bridge that's experienced potholing quite a bit. Hopefully we're going to go in there with a little bit more of a permanent fix later on this season. So
I think you told me that 565 overpass over 1405 and the railroad track to be let in 24.
yes, sir.
That's
Right,
great
roughly
news.
right now. Well, he said we're not slipping, so I guess if he says we're not slipping, we're not slipping.
We're good.
So.
No, we already slipped a lot. It's supposed to be 22, remember? That was pretty marked, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, what about the work that's going on 146? At the new development they're doing on the west side of the road, or the east side, no, the west side of the road?
West side.
Yeah, the signalization at Needle Point Road, what's going on there?
Which part of it?
Well, how much longer on the construction, and when are they gonna put the signals in at Needle Point?
You know, right now, the needle point signals are part of the agreement with the folks who are developing Chamber of Commons. I'll be the first to admit I'd have to go back and check and see where they're at. But you know, they do, you know, that is one of the requirements. I know that we were hoping they were gonna get in there first. I need to check back and find out when we're gonna get that scheduled. So like I said, I'll need to check and get back.
So Chambers Commons is the new mixed use development at I-10.
Yes, sir.
146 on the east side.
Yeah, they've got, you know, the road bottleneck down to one lane because they're doing the ramps. It's just, you know, very inconvenient at the moment. I was just curious how much longer.
I will check on Chambers Commons. Like I said, that's you know, that's part of that developer's project, and I'll see where they're at with that. So, any other questions?
Yeah, Interstate 10, the Turbine, with our everything there completed.
Interstate 10 and Turtle Bayou Bridge.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right now we are waiting. You know, they're supposed to be switching over to the west side, do some repair work. I think last I knew we were just waiting on concrete breaks so we could open it up fully. Yeah, I thought we did have it, but I'll need to check again.
Okay, and then I've got a few calls going to Smith Point. I've got it narrowed down to one lane down there on the little bridge going to Smith Point.
Yes, sir.
What's the status on that? What's our timeline?
Right now with that project, that's 562, correct? Right now the contract's supposed to be up and going on that. We have a couple of issues trying to get kicked off with that. But I think we're hoping to complete that sometime next year. So I'll just need to check on the date on that too.
Okay, so it will continue to be one lane like that. Okay.
It'll continue to be one lane. There should be some signalization that should be coming up there.
There it is.
So-
I've just got a few calls on. I'm just trying to get a timeline for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, that's kind of the tough thing. It's what we call phased bridge construction. And unfortunately, when we do that, and because of the situation, we do have to run the lights in one lane like that. So,
No, it's fine.
but I'll try and get that to you, Commissioner Gore. So,
We also discussed yesterday enlarging several of the pipes that are going under roads in the Winnie area. So that's good. Good news.
yes, sir.
All right.
Only other concern is 565 and Gill Parkway, so looks like they're trying to widen the road there. And
That's actually Mont Bellevue,
Is
and
it?
they are working on it. You know, we were able to facilitate that, get that up and running. So they are building some left turn lanes.
okay,
There's supposed to be a signal going up there that I believe is Mont Bellevue and Farmers Hill. So that's actually Mont Bellevue's project.
Is it?
But we did work pretty closely with them. We have an agreement, or I believe it's either agreement or some kind of some sort with them to allow that work there and allow them to put the left turn lanes in.
okay. So we've lost the majority of the ditch on either side of that.
I think
so-
they're trying to work to try and maintain as much of it as we can. So
Okay,
it is pretty narrow there. I don't know that they went out and acquired any more right away.
Yeah, the 565 I-10 overpass is also scheduled. Forget the date, but it's a be let soon.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hawthorne, you had a question? No.
no, I'd just like to follow up on that because they pretty much filled in all the ditches there, so
Okay.
wood base.
I'll check with Mont Bellevue and see where they're at.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions? Thank you, guys. Sorry it took so
Appreciate
much
it.
time this morning.
Yeah,
y'all very
thank
much.
y'all.
Go back, and take care of the road.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Brandmark, you out there? No action on 3.1.
You need to hurry up, because I need.
Nathan, you gonna be fast?
I can do as fast as you'd like.
All right, 1.4, discuss, consider consenting the sale of Arboretum of Winnie Nursing and Rehabilitation Center.
Judge, Commissioners, good morning.
Good morning.
Several weeks ago, we were approached about the sale of the Arboretum. Both the current owner and the prospective owner approached us about forms and bankings and changes, and we've been working diligently with them over the last several weeks. As the court knows, we're partners with the Arboretum under the QUIP program through IGT payments and whatnot. And none of that is going to change. Really, the only significant change is that we're going to have a new owner in town, so to speak. This is an ownership, a business that is the largest nursing home operator in Texas. Been around since the early 2000s. In fact, we have, I think Chris is on the line and has a very, very brief presentation, 5 minutes or less. And I'd like for him to be able to, if Your Honor will allow that.
Sure.
Tell you about the new owner. And then following that, Judge, we have, I think, 4 agreements proposed to basically consummate the deal from our end.
So is Chris with Winnie Realty or?
He is with the new ownership group that's going to come in and manage the nursing home.
And who's the new group? Is it WINY Realty?
Well, they have affiliates.
Okay.
What's the
Creative solution.
Creative Solutions
Creative
is
Solutions.
sort of the DBA that it all falls under. Chris, are you live?
I am live.
Okay, I'm going to hand it off to Chris if I may.
Go ahead.
Perfect. All right. Well, I just want to start by thanking the Commissioner Court and the residents of Chambers County for allowing me to speak with y'all today. I'm both honored and grateful to discuss some exciting things happening at my company, Creative Solutions in Healthcare, and some exciting things happening in your city, Winnie, Texas. I wish I could be there in person. It was a little bit of a short notice, but I have prepared a brief PowerPoint presentation that gives an overview of who we are and why we plan on providing healthcare services in Chambers County. So if you guys will allow me to go ahead and share that presentation, I will begin.
Nathan, cut those 2 lights closest to you, please. You'll be able to see it, Kyle, a little better.
All right, you should be able to share.
Perfect. Let's see here. Okay. So, as mentioned by Nathan, my name is Chris Amir. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Creative Solutions. Just came into the role in April, but I've been with the company for 1 year shy of a decade. I mirror kind of the sentiment of the employees of Creative Solutions when I say that I'm passionate about long-term care and our residents that we provide healthcare services for. So I'm going to give a little bit of an overview. I know Nathan touched on some of these points about Creative Solutions and who we are, but I'll provide some more light on that. So Creative Solutions was founded in 2000 and has over 20 years of experience in long-term care. Creative Solutions, as Nathan mentioned, is the largest skilled nursing operator in Texas. We operate 101 skilled nursing and assisted living facilities throughout the state of Texas. We are in 68 counties throughout the great state, with about half the counties being rural and the other half being urban counties.
I also want to make note that although we do not currently operate in Chambers County, we have homes in the adjacent counties, Jefferson and Harris County. And we recently just moved into a NSGO QUIP partnership with Liberty County Hospital District. So we have 8 homes partnered with Liberty County Hospital District now. Creative Solutions services over 5,700 residents and employs roughly 10,000 Texans. It's important to note that the company is wholly owned by Gary and Melissa Blake. The company is 100% operated by Texans, and we have no outside investors that we have to adhere to or answer to. So the company is 100% run locally here in the state of Texas. The corporate headquarters, which is where I'm currently located, is in Fort Worth, Texas. So the reason why I'm here today is to discuss with you some exciting things that are going on. So currently right now, Creative Solutions is in the process of acquiring 100% of the portfolio for the Arboretum Group. That includes 9 skilled nursing facilities. And the effective date of that transfer acquisition is July 1st, 2022. The Arboretum of Winnie, which is inclusive in that 9 facility portfolio, is located in Winnie, Texas. It is just south of Highway 73 and 10 and on Highway 124. I think it's about a mile and a half south of Highway 73. So from a business perspective, Creative Solutions is extremely excited to move their operations into Winnie and provide quality nursing and rehabilitation care to the residents of Chambers County. Creative Solutions will not only strive to maintain or improve staffing levels, but also make tremendous efforts to scale back agency labor. In one of the vehicles that will allow us to be able to maintain or improve staffing levels is obviously the subsidized incomes from the QUIP program, which I'll get into later in my brief presentation. But I wanted to kind of shed light into some of the advantages that a nursing home like Winnie would be able to realize by being underneath the umbrella of such a large corporation like Creative Solutions. So once the Arboretum of Winnie joins the Creative Solutions healthcare family, the facility will be aided by the following corporate clinical staff to ensure quality care is being provided. I mean, that is our mantra at Creative Solutions. If we were in it to make a buck, we'd probably be in a different industry, to be honest, but we're in it to provide good quality healthcare to our 5,700 plus residents. So I've identified some positions that we, as being such a large operator, have the advantage of having that other smaller nursing home companies would not. So we have a robust clinical team of senior vice president and vice president of clinical services, as well as a director of medical review. And then we have a vice president and director of quality, which I'm going to get into a little bit about whenever I describe the QUIP program. Then we have a director of infection prevention, which has obviously become very vital over the course of the last 3 years. We have 15 clinical compliance nurses that travel to all of our facilities and help aid our directors of nursing and our administrators at the facility level, as well as 4 traveling DONs. And their job is to really, fill in roles where we might have turnover in the director of nursing position, as well as some clinical compliance and admin assistants and 3 CNA instructors. So these are all important positions that at Creative Solutions, we have the luxury of being able to support our facility staff. So then I'm going to move into an important piece of the partnership between Creative Solutions and the County of Chambers. So the County of Chambers is the NSGO under the QUIP program for this Winnie Hospital. So essentially, by us taking over operations, we are being elected as the new managers for this nursing home because the license holder will remain with Chambers County. So when it comes to the QUIP program, Creative Solutions is, let's call it veterans in the program. Not only that, we are also the largest provider in the QUIP program. So currently we have 42 of our facilities partnered with 6 different NSGOs. I had mentioned that we were with Liberty County Hospital District before this. So in addition to those 42 facilities, we have 48 homes that are in private QUIP. So they're in the program without being partnered with an NSGO. And with QUIP being such an important piece of our business, both operationally and financially, we have built a large quality team designed to aid in the improvement of the quality measures being measured in QUIP. Let's talk about some of those processes. I'm not going to get too into the weeds in the QUIP program because honestly, it's a little bit cumbersome, but essentially our quality team, we are constantly measuring and monitoring the 4 metrics that are important to QUIP. So these are, let's call it augmented services that are provided by that robust clinical corporate team that we have to ensure not only compliance with the QUIP program, but also improvement of the overall quality of care for our residents. So component 1 is quality assurance review. We host monthly QAPI calls at 100% of our skilled nursing facilities. The quality team reviews all of the QAPI reports to ensure 100% compliance with the reporting compliance for the QUIP program. In addition to that, the component 2, workforce development. We have a designated employee here at the Fort Worth corporate office that ensures each home has sufficient RN coverage, which in today's landscape gets very tricky. And that's kind of where those clinical compliances and those traveling DONs come in place, as well as we have a telehealth program. The overall goal for us at Creative Solutions is to achieve 16 hours a day of RN coverage so that the residents of our facilities, such as, Winnie of Arboretum, will have access to a registered nurse 16 days or 16 hours out of the day. We incentivize our registered nurses to gain additional wages for providing those telehealth programs when there is not an RN available to cover the additional 8 hours of the 16-hour day. So we like to put the money back in the pocket of our employees rather than paying some other telehealth company. Component 3, the quality metrics, is a combined effort between our quality team and the facility staff. And we work diligently on hyper-focusing on the quality metrics measured in the QUIP program. Our entire clinical team reviews performance with the facility staff and provides best clinical practice training to encourage improvement. And then the last component is component 4, the infection control program. We have a system in place for ensuring compliance of the infection control performance targets, and as well as we communicate performance expectations for immunization percentages, such as the pneumococcal and the influenza vaccines. So all of our clinical support staff are working to ensure that we're in compliance with these and that our quality is improving, given the fact that roughly 100% of our buildings are in the program. So I just wanted to kind of wrap things up. It's been a pleasure working with Nikki Winnington so far. Just getting a lay of the land and going over the expectations from an operational perspective, from a treasury perspective that the county has for the nursing home of Winnie. And our goal is to ultimately have it seem as if there has been no change with the operator except, positive change. So Creative Solutions is ecstatic to move its operations into the Chambers County and provide best-in-class healthcare services for the residents. We believe that we will be a refreshing partner for the county to work with and aim to improve the quality of care and maximize the attainment for the QIP metrics, thus maximizing the federal funds that are being pulled down to the NSGO. The partnership will help Creative grow their brand and exposure in the state of Texas, improve the lives and healthcare of its residents at a time when it is needed the most. With the increased funding we will receive from the QIP program, we can provide our residents with above average staffing levels, best in class food service, and quality nursing outcomes, all from within the borders of Chambers County. And that is the conclusion of my presentation. So I wanted to leave some time to answer any questions that the Commissioners Court might have.
You can flip those lights on me. So what's your last name again? I'm sorry, I've
My last name is Miguel.
Spell it for the record, please.
It's Miguel. It's spelled
Got it.
E.
Okay, we got it.
Fantastic.
That's all I've got. All right, questions? Nathan, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I believe there's 4 agreements on the table for consideration. These agreements just basically deal with the consummation of the sale. One of them gives our consent to the sale as a participant in the facility. We have an existing lease with the existing owner that we're going to be terminating. And then we've got a sublease that's proposed to the court to, to agree to. And so those 4 agreements, I think, Judge, are, 1.4 through 1.9 on the agenda?
That's correct.
I don't know if the court has any specific questions about those. We submitted them in the packet. They've had a few very minor changes since then, but they are presented to the court.
So basically, it's terminating agreement with Winnie Realty and authorizing agreement with Creative Solutions.
As to sum up those agenda points, you're right.
So are the questions on 1.4 through 1.9?
Yeah, I'm a little confused when I was reading through it. It didn't look like the county actually had a lease on the facilities before. It looked like that was the manager actually had that.
So it's a little bit different as it exists today because basically the same family that owned the dirt and the real estate out in Winnie where the Arboretum sits was they had an affiliate that actually operated the facility too. Under the new arrangement, there is a separate landlord that owns the dirt, owns a facility.
Is the landlord selling or just the business? I mean, is the real estate selling too?
The real estate.
And who's buying the real estate?
As I understand it, sort of like a real estate investment group, and it's going to be financed. So we've been dealing with the lenders and the landlord. And then our situation under the new arrangement is we're actually going to be a sublessee. So the county's actually going to, and then we're going to turn around and we're going to hire a management company to basically do everything, much like we did before.
So we're going to be a subletting now. We're subleasing it. And I was a little bit confused. Who is the leasehold, or excuse me, the leasee?
All right, this is going to get confusing pretty quick.
It really confused me.
There's just a lot of different entities in place.
I think the thing I'm really getting to, when I was looking at it, it did not look like the county had any liability in the leasing of the property in the old deal, but it looks like we do in this deal.
So this whole structure of the QIP program is a little unique and strange, and it takes some time getting sort of acclimated to it. But essentially the structure is this. We lease it, we agree to operate it, we are licensed to operate it, and then we recognize that we really don't know how to operate, own, lease a nursing home. So the structure is that we take on the responsibility and then we hire a management company with that expertise to run it. And in that operating agreement, we call that a management agreement, they agree to do everything. They agree to pay our rent, they agree to pay our property taxes, our insurance requirements. And then at the same time as that, we are released of those obligations by the landlord and the management company. And so we don't do anything except for our really level of participation with this is we make IGT payments that gets funneled up to the state and then up to the federal government. And then we get reimbursed over time, those IGT payments, and then some. And then some is the supplemental payments. And the whole program is that we split those supplemental payments. We get our money back. We sort of get a return on investment, right? That's the supplemental payments. And we split that with the management company 70-30. They get 70%, we get 30%. So we're making money on the deal. So
For managing.
for managing it, but just turning it around.
But I mean,
And
for
the thought
managing the
is-
WIP program, not the facility.
And the theory behind all of this is that the federal government in DC or the state government in Austin really doesn't have the resources to oversee a bunch of nursing homes throughout the state to make sure they're properly taking care of our residents there. And so it's better to have a local government sort of oversee that process. And that's what Nikki does. And then to the extent Aaron needs to get involved in the financials, they can oversee to make sure there's not fraud and, the residents are being properly taken care of. And so we're kind of the local boots on the ground to make sure it's being run properly and the care is being improved constantly.
And I got that part, but you're telling me now, and when I was reading through it, my concern was, it looked like we was taking on liability that we didn't have before. You're telling me that is not the case.
That is not the case.
All right. The other question I got is, and I understand companies want to sell and take it out. I understand that's where they make their money, but who is paying the legal fees, our county's legal fees in this transaction?
So as I understand it, who pays for our fees is there's a health tax and then the supplemental payments that we receive from the program are over and above the fees to administer it.
No, I understand, but we're not getting paid any. The current owner is not paying any of our fees in the deal.
So, yeah, one of them should pay their legal fees.
I think they should.
I agree with Billy.
I mean, they're making a profit off of it. So.
Who would you like to make that request to, the buyer, the seller, or let them figure that out?
Ask them to split it.
Yeah. However they want to do it.
I mean, they're both, making profit off of it.
Yeah.
All right, other questions? Billy, good. I'll entertain a motion to approve 1.4 through 1.9.
I'll make that motion with the caveat that our legal fees are covered from the sale.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Gore. Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Nathan. All right, Nathan. Commissioner Hammond's about to float out of here, so we're gonna take 10 minutes. Ron, are you there? Jackson. You leave us? He said there's supposed to be a ambulance or something here.
A what?
That he won't let us leave. All right, we're gonna take 2 minutes. Some kind of medical ambulance. All right, code come to order. It's 11:29 a.m. And if I didn't say it, 1.3 no action. And 3.1 was no action. Ma'am. 1.3 and 3.1. All right, let's go to financial. Discuss, consider request from Goose Creek CISD permanent school fund withdrawal. Amount 119,831.39. Nikki.
Yes, in the package, you will see the submission from Goose Creek Consolidated School District in reference to the reduction of the permanent school funds. The Chambers County Resource Committee has reviewed the request, and we have submitted to the court and recommend approval.
So move.
Second.
Let's see, motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Gore. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. 2.3, discuss and consider presentation of Chambers County 2021 annual comprehensive financial report and single audit report by Patilla Brown and Hill LLP, certified public accountants. Aaron.
Morning. Before I let John kind of get the presentation from the outside audit, just want to give everyone a big thank you for all the help. I know we tried to bug a lot of different people, public officials and department heads getting information, so definitely appreciate all the help on that, and then just thank the staff for all their hard work. I know Beth did a whole lot. Mr. Woody, he's not here, but between them two and Leslie, it was I think a really good audit and really good learning curve for all of us. So it was I think went pretty well. So
You got it done timely too.
yes.
Yeah,
So-
that's what I was gonna comment on. First thing is that we had kind of a brand new team and we still got it done earlier than we did before. And that was, once Aaron got appointed, he reached out to us and we instantly started the process way back in January. So I really applaud them in getting things ready.
I taught him everything in there. John, we've taken there for record.
Judge, commissioners, thank you for letting me be here today. I'm just going to briefly go over the financial statements that we prepared. If you'll look at page 1.
John, state your name for record.
Oh, John Manning with a partner at Patilla Brown and Hill. Sorry about that.
All right.
You have 3 documents. I'm going to start with the big thick ACFR, the annual comprehensive financial report. And if you look at page 1, don't get nervous. I'm not going to go every page.
Please.
If you look at page 1 and 2 or 1 through 3, this is the reason that we were here. The financial statements and the ACFR, the responsibility of the county. Our responsibility is to express an opinion on the financials and the disclosures as presented. And we're able to offer what's called an unmodified opinion, which of the 4 types of opinions that we can give, unmodified is the highest level of assurance that we can offer. We didn't have to modify your opinion for things, gap departures, not keeping up with capital assets or different things like that. So again, an unmodified report is the best report that you can get as an auditee. I know we work predominantly with the auditor's office and gather the information, but I just want to point out that this report here is a county-wide effort. It's not just the auditor's office. I mean, you guys set up controls that people have to follow. And because they follow them, internal controls work. There's a good possibility that everything that comes into the county is getting recorded properly and in accordance with GAAP. So I just wanted to thank everybody that helped us during the audit and make sure that we pointed out that report is not just for the auditors or for commissioners, it's for the whole county in total. If you look at page 4, this is the management's discussion and analysis. And what this is that kind of a narrative form for those of us that aren't auditors or financial people. It kind of goes through and talks about what happened during the year and does that visually through graphs and comparative financials. It also does it narratively with discussing different things that happened during the year. So if you look at page 7, I like to look at this and it kind of gives you a picture and you can look at some of the highlights of things that happened in 21. And if you look over here on page 7, this is your statement of net position, or what a lot of people call a balance sheet. It's your assets, liabilities, and ending net position as of December 30th, 2021. And if you look, you can see up at the top, you have current and other assets that increased dramatically over last year. That's twofold. One, you brought in a lot more revenue than expenses this year in your fund statements. Then on top of that, you also issue certificates of obligation to the tune of about $45 million in 2021. So that came in the form of cash. So that large increase in current assets is that unspent bond proceeds that are sitting in your deposits waiting to be spent in accordance with the bond. So that's the sharp increase there. You guys continue to have a lot of capital asset activity with over $20 million in construction and projects and different things that are going on in different phases of completion. The other big things that changed here is your current liabilities. You can see those almost double. The bulk of that increase, or all of it really, is unspent grant revenues. If you remember, at the end of 21, you had the first half of ARPA, which is about 4.7 million. So you got the money, you have it sitting there, but we can't call it revenue until you spend it. So you house it in cash in what we call unearned revenue. And you also have a batch of money from the Texas Water Development Board that's waiting to be spent as well. So those two things are really, I don't want y'all to think that there's liabilities there that, oh my gosh, we owe all this money differently than we did the year before. It's really just grant money waiting to be spent. It's what predominantly that balance is. And then obviously your long-term liability increase were the COs that we just discussed. And there was a little bit of an increase in the pension obligation, which I'll talk about briefly later. But the main thing that we really like to look at is if you go to the bottom of that page and look at your net position, all three of your categories, your net investment, your restricted, and your unrestricted are all positive. And what that really states is that if you got rid of all of your assets and paid all of your liabilities, what that means is there's something left there. And, with issuing debt and getting grants, people like to know that they're giving it to some place that's going to continue to operate and have good financial structure. And that's what this balance sheet points out here. If you look at page 8, again, very comparable to years before. The expenditures were almost, when you're looking at 92 million of expenses, you had 90 this year. So very close to what that was last year. So not a lot of changes there. But as far as revenues, there were some increases there, predominantly in the property and other tax revenues. And that's purely just increase in assessed values and some of your agreements with the 318 stuff. So 381, sorry, just got to. I look at numbers all day. I get them transposed sometimes.
Well, 318 are cities also.
Yeah, you're right. So 381s. And so really with all those things, if you look at the bottom of page 8, we were able to add about 14.2 million to net position. And just remember that this level of statements here is all of the county's fund, your general fund, your debt service, all of your grants, capital assets, debt, that's everything compiled into one column. So that looks really good. I would pay attention to the MD&A if you're looking at this, just as something to kind of give you an overview of what happened during the year. But all in all, your government-wide statements look very strong. If you look at page 16, I know y'all are probably already preparing and in getting into budget, and this is the level of detail that we look at when you guys are doing budget. And you have a lot of funds that need to be presented in major. They're all listed here. General, page 16, general road and bridge, debt service, capital projects, construction fund, health services, sales tax, and the CFOs from the 2021 financials. All of those have to be presented individually. All of your other funds are combined into that non-major governmental funds. So really, when we look at audits, just to kind of give you an overview and talk about what we do a little bit, what we do is when we come in, we look at where is there the most risk, and you hear about things like Enron and all these different things, but the county, the way y'all's financials work, we don't have a lot of those type of things. If you look, you have $193 million of total assets. The bulk of that is receivables for taxes. The other 130 is cash and investments, which we confirmed those 100% with outside parties. So it's not just the county auditor saying, hey, we have $120 million here. We actually get confirmations prepared, mail it, and the banks and Texas Pool, all those places confirm that those balances are there. So when you think of cash, you think of high risk because it can walk out the door. But really, when you're looking at the large dollars, there's not a lot of risk there because we can verify that number 100% with third-party verification. So not a lot of risk there and a very strong cash position. Again, with your liabilities, not a lot of complex things here. I talked about unearned revenue, which is grant monies that you've received that you haven't yet spent. So all that'll do is come off the liabilities, turn into revenue. The cash will go out and you'll have the asset that's left after you guys do the projects that those bonds are issued for and that the grants are for. Your accounts payable is simply for services that were provided to the county before December 31st, but not paid until after. Again, a very easy number to test, and nothing came to light there from our test work that is needs to be discussed here. Down at the bottom of page 16, fund balance is something that we always look at, and you guys are in a very strong financial position. One thing that's different this year is if your budget held for 22 as the way it was adopted, there was an $11 million deficit, or you were going to use some fund balance to do that. You're not going to hit that number, but because y'all adopted that way, GASB requires that we pull that number out of unassigned and call it assigned, because you're really saying if your budget went dollar for dollar, that's how much would come out of fund balance. You totally have that if it did come to that, but you're not going to eat into it that much. But because it was adopted that way, we had to pull that number out. So that would look different than last year. And even with that, you're still at almost $28 million on, $50 million worth of expenditures in the general fund. So again, a very strong financial position in all the funds throughout the county. As you look at pages 19 and 20, you see that the general fund was able to add about $12 million to it, up from 27.3 up to almost $40 million of fund balance there. Some of the other things that stood out this year is if you look over on page 20 towards the bottom, you'll see that $46 million of bonds that you guys issued shows up there as a proceed from the sale of those bonds, and a large increase there in that fund balance. And just remember, that'll keep continuing to go down as the cash that you got from issuing those bonds gets spent and those things turn into capital assets. So everything looks really good there, and nothing came out of our test work that was out of the ordinary or did not meet what we thought should be the projections that came out. If you look at page 57 and 58, again, another reason that your financial position is where it is this is the budget actual, and we have a lot of places that adopt the budget, but I'm not sure they actually ever look at it. It's very apparent that you guys adopt a conservative budget and monitor it. You were able to spend less than what you budgeted for the year, and you collected more revenue than you budgeted. And both of those things were two of the factors that actually contributed to the fund balance increasing from 20 to 21. So I know y'all are getting ready to do that again, or probably have already started. So whatever y'all have been doing in the past, we are extremely pleased with how those results work and your processes for getting those things done. Same with road bridge. Those things look good as well. If you look over on page 62, again, this is counted as a liability, although it's unlike your bonds where you get an invoice. They say, hey, this year you owe this much back on your bonds. This is your net pension liability, which is over on page 62. So this is measured as of 12/31/20. So we're a full year behind the financial statement date and the date that this pension was measured. But if you look, it was about $7 million last year. This year it ended at about 9.2. This is a number that's pretty much 100% out of your control. The only way this impacts the general ledger of the county is when they say, employee, your rate is this, that gets deducted from the check. County, your rate is this, and this is what you guys match to send in there. So that's already being shown up in your general fund. And as soon as y'all get those rate letters, you can know exactly what your expenses to be for the year. This is actually trying to estimate money that you already have set aside with obligations that you have already promised to employees for working for the county. And that number is about 9.2 million. Just remember that this is an actuarial accrued liability, meaning there are about 8 pages of notes describing how this number was developed. This is not a number that you ever write a check for. It's just an estimate of, we have this much set aside. If everybody lived and all the guesses that we made came out exactly right, it'd be a $9.2 million liability. So the main thing that I like to point out with that is really the thing that needs to be monitored is that number right under the 9.2, which is your funding percentage, which you guys are about 93% funded, which is fantastic. So a lot of times you hear government pension horror stories like up north, and what you have there is there's these plans that are unsustainable. So when you were looking at those were like 10, 15, 20% funded. That's not the way TCDRS operates. So it is a big number, but it's also, you guys have it completely under control, and just wanted to make sure that you guys knew that that was there.
Yeah, we worked hard increase that percent over the last few years.
Yes. Because I think y'all done some extra payments too, haven't y'all?
I think so.
Not a whole bunch, but enough. And I do think y'all monitor that rate. And really, when you're looking at the dollar amounts of that plan, an estimated actuarial liability of 9.2 million is not very much at all. So we applaud the way that you guys have handled that plan. Not a whole lot else with the financials. If you look at the other bound report, the single audit report, this year the county was susceptible to both a state single audit and a federal single audit. In 20, we had that first round of coronavirus relief money was your major program, your CRF funding. This year, you got ARPA money, but didn't spend it, so it doesn't show up here. We talked about that being in a liability. So this year, we rotated. Instead of doing FEMA, we did the emergency preparedness grants through the Department of Health and Human Services. And we did not have any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses to report there. We also had to do the flood infrastructure grant through the Water Development Board, which I mentioned. There's still money sitting aside there. There was about 760,000 of expenditures with no findings there as well. So all in all, a very good audit. And like I think Judge mentioned it earlier, we're here earlier than we've been. This is our third year to do the audit for the county. You know, we heard there was a change and we were nervous. And when we heard it was Aaron, we were not so nervous. He called instantly and got a team put together, and we started working like, okay, we need to present in June. What do we need to do to get there? And, you know, always with these things, when there's 180 pages, there's some scrambling at the end, but for the most part, everybody's had a chance to look at this. I think the document's better than it's ever been. This will be submitted again to GFOA for the Reporting and Excellence Award. The comments generated after review from third parties on the last year's ACFR were like 2 or 3 minor comments that we made sure got corrected. So we feel, again, this report should get the designation from GFOA. And it was just really nice working with Aaron and his team. We had a lot of constant meetings, like once every other week, to make sure that their concern was, were they getting us what we needed to finish? And we don't get that a lot. And we appreciate him and his team's effort, as well as the commissioners for entrusting us to be the auditors for the county. So I know there's a lot of pages there, and if you guys have any questions, I'll be glad to entertain those now, but really thank y'all, all of y'all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Good report.
Yeah, thanks, Auditor's Office. Appreciate it, and all the departments that made this happen. So thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right, motion to accept ACFR. Motion by. Motion by Commissioner Ties, second by Commissioner Hammond. No questions, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you. 2.2, discuss, consider Indigent Healthcare 2021 BVCAP grant audit report. Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, so just to let y'all know, yeah, I don't know if you have met, this is Kaylin, this is one of the new hires we get last month.
Okay.
She did the audit, this is her
I
first
can just
one.
give a brief summary over everything.
That'd be great.
If
Yeah,
I can
give me
get this
Look,
opened up.
raise it up and it's pretty mechanical.
Okay,
Yeah, there you go.
thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, so the Brazos Valley Community Action Program grant is given to the county for local residents who need assistance with food, utilities, housing. There was 25,000 awarded for the contract period from July to December, and then an additional 25,000 was awarded through March. Overall, Landis and the Indigent Healthcare Department did a great job providing all of the documentation that was needed. They improved their efforts to advertise the money in schools, medical facilities, local newspapers, the Chambers County Facebook accounts, and all of the guidelines were followed. And overall, the audit was good.
Great. Motion to accept. Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond, I think.
Yeah.
Questions? Why you sitting down? We may have a tough question.
Bailed out early, didn't you?
No questions, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, let's get BJ taken care of. 5.4, public hearing 10 a.m. regarding the SBR Cedar Port 2 owner LP 2022 reinvestment zone. It's 11:49 a.m. We'll go into public hearing at this time. BJ.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. It's a public hearing to discuss and consider establishing the SBR Cedar Port owner LP 2022 reinvestment zones consistent with requirements associated with pursuing tax abatement. The application for tax abatement was accepted and approved by court on May 24th of this year, and the application to designate the reinvestment zone was accepted and approved on June 14th of this year.
All right, any public comments concerning 5.4? Hearing none, we'll adjourn to 11:49 a.m. out of the public hearing, go back into regular session of Commissioner's Court. 5.5, discuss and consider order designating SBR Cedar Port 2 owner LP 2022 reinvestment zone.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. It's simply an order that would designate the SBR Cedar Port 2 owner LP 2022 reinvestment zone. As cited in the recitals, all the notices that were required were posted. The designation of the zone will help facilitate the consideration of a tax abatement, and the footprint for the 45.13 acre tract is noted on the order.
So moved.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Collins, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 5.6, discuss and consider scheduling a public hearing on August the 9th regarding the SBR Cedar Port 2 owner LP tax abatement agreements. BJ.
Yes, Judge, Commissioners, this is the request to conduct a public hearing as required by statute to discuss and consider the tax abatement agreement between the county and SBR Cedar Port 2 on the date that's noted.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on August the 9th, 2022.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Collins, second by Commissioner Hammond. Question? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 5.7, discuss and consider amendment to Plastic Express Inc. tax abatement agreement. BJ.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. This is an amendment to, or proposed amendment to the tax abatement agreement between Plastic Express Incorporated and the county. As noted in the amendment and recitals that on May 18th of 2021, the county and the company, the Plastic Express, entered into a tax abatement agreement, a copy of which is attached. There is simply an administrative request to reflect and amend the agreement to illustrate the ownership, lessor and lessee relationship. And so the items that are presented under the amendment are noted under items 1 and 2, that simply SBR Cedar Port owner LP be cited and noted as the owner of the taxable property, and Plastic Express as the lessee of the property. This is required because of the reporting requirements that to show owner versus lessee, even though the policy and the statute allows that in the event that the lessee has a lease of 10 years or more, that they would be considered the owner. But this is an administrative request that is being presented in order to present the appropriate reporting by the appraisal district. And then item 2 under page 7 of the original agreement would cite both the entities Plastic Express and SBR Cedar Port Partners as being notified for any changes or communications associated with the agreement.
BJ, so this is only amending the existing agreement and a new building that's been built that we just set public hearing for. That's not in this particular one.
No, this is the existing one that was approved back in 2021. This is phase 1.
So when we move forward, this agreement did not have an inventory requirement.
That is correct.
But the new agreement, if approved, will have that in it.
Yeah, that is correct. The recommendations that were approved by court for the abatement would abate taxes at 50% and have a minimum inventory requirement that would generate $220,000+ per year over the 10-year term. So the net effect, or anticipated estimated net effect of the abatement revenue and the inventory revenue is about $3.6 million.
Okay.
And that's predicated on a price per pound of various polymers of 50 cents.
So we're getting the inventory on this building, but we just don't have the minimum set.
That's correct.
I'll move for approval.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Collins, second by Commissioner Tice. Any other questions?
Yeah, BJ, you said it's 50%.
Yes,
The abatement was at 50%.
yes, that was approved during the application recommendations that were approved by court.
Okay, well, this in here, page 3 shows 100%.
Yes, the final, if you go back to the last attachment, it shows a, and this is, again, this is the existing agreement, not the new agreement. The last page on page 14 shows a pilot payment back to the court of 45%. So the taxes are abated at 100%, and then the taxpayer is simply paying in pilot payment in lieu of taxes at 45%. So it's a 55% tax abatement on this particular project, and not the new project that's under consideration. It's the same entities that are involved. Phase 1 is an existing agreement that was entered into in 2021, and this amendment applies to that.
Okay.
So all this is doing is changing the land.
It's specifying, yeah, it's just adding.
Specifying, not changing.
Not changing. Right. Yeah, what's been happening, Commissioner, just said FYI, folks are financing, refinancing, and changing entities and the like. And so this is the second, the new owners of SBR entity is the second owners that, so to be expedient and more efficient, we waited to let them, go through all that. And that was consummated in May of this year.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, DJ.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you for your presentation on tax abatement to West Amherst County Chamber.
Oh, yes. Great. Well, it's a little rushed, but I'm trying to hit the mouthful. I think that was very good. All right, buddy.
He was flying through that.
Thank you, BJ.
Thanks, BJ.
Chief, you out there?
John.
Don. Let's go to 17-1. Discuss, consider stop and pay for correctional nurses. Good morning, sir. He did?
Yeah. When I talked to him, maybe something changed.
Well, it's up to the court whether he takes executive or not.
Okay. That's just what he had asked me. I spoke with him.
Do you want to take it to executive?
Let's go ahead and tell us what you're proposing.
Okay.
Please.
Submitted a brief job description of the correctional nurse positions. We currently have one RN, one LVN assigned to the jail. The jail population's gone up by about 32%, as y'all are aware. We require those nurses to not only maintain their nursing license, LVN and RN license, but also a jailer's license as well. So they go through the same exact training as the jailer has, and they don't receive any certificate pay for that. It's a very challenging environment with dealing with the inmate population. They're subject to the COVID stew that we all were in the jail over the last 2 years. This is now the third time to run through the facility. They've managed it very, very well. And we're just looking to be able to, unfortunately, we're going to be losing. It looks like we're going to be losing our LVM, Ms. McGuess. We're trying to attract some quality applicants by raising the benefit a little bit and also retain them once we have them. Is that sufficient? Or do you need...
So is there a dollar amount you're going to be recommending?
Judge, that's actually, I think the letter for this, I read it. I believe it's stuck under payroll. I'm looking for it now.
It was a one annual stipend of $8,000 per year. Is what I was requesting.
All right. Say it again.
$8,000 per year.
Yeah, he's actually wrote a letter about it.
Lauren sent out a.
Is that where I saw it?
Yeah. Yeah, Lauren sent it out.
That's where you saw it, Billy.
Yeah, it came in late.
I remember seeing it.
It wasn't in the packet.
But
No,
it
it was on
actually-
the email. That's what it was. Okay.
It actually says what Todd said.
You got 1,600 pages. It's easy to get confused.
Yep. Maybe the longest one we had.
Yeah. Maybe let's see here.
That's it too.
There, I know where I got it, I read it.
Just to expound upon the requirement that they maintain a jailer's license. What that does for us is several things. It saves us a lot of staff because they can carry keys, they can open doors, they can escort inmates. They don't require a officer escort everywhere they go throughout the facility as they would if they weren't licensed. So that saves us a salary by having them licensed as well.
Okay, y'all looking to do this now, or you're looking to do this during the budget?
We're trying to do it immediately to
Okay,
try
that's
to,
what I'm saying, so we'll have to.
try to retain.
No, they should have money in there.
Yeah, it said, given the unique challenges associated with providing care within the correctional environment, this office respectfully requests a minimum stipend of $8,000 per year be immediately approved.
Yeah, is that for the LVN and the RN both?
Yes.
Because they both have to be licensed.
Yes, no, I don't have a problem, I'll make a motion to approve.
So they're getting. paid.
Wait. Motion by Commissioner Gore. Second by Commissioner Tass. Go ahead.
They're getting paid out of the health service fund, by the
Yeah.
way.
On anyone.
Yeah. I mean,
Got a motion and a second. Questions? Hearing none, those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Captain Harris.
Thank you.
All right, road bridge. All right. 3.3 and 3.4, we'll pull in those two.
Let me tell you why.
Go ahead.
The public hearing, was postponed, Biller's gonna be out of town and we postponed everything. We never did re-advertise. But not only that is that, seemed like once you look like you're going to court, everybody jumps in and says, oh, I got some changes for you. I got some changes for you. So we're still receiving some changes. So we will come in the first quarter of July and set another public hearing for this and then go on there. But now, once we set this public hearing in July, you don't get to comment anymore.
So you'll get it posted ASAP.
That's right.
On the internet. And then
There's no item to set the public hearing. We have to wait.
Come back next
We have to come back next court and set the public hearing, and then we'll do it in last court of July. We'll have the public hearing and vote on the changes.
Okay.
Everybody's jumping in right now, which we're glad.
Yeah.
We need the comments. Okay.
Ryan actually told me a while ago.
Yeah.
And he is. Okay, 3.3 and 3.4 pull, 3.2. Discuss, consider accepting a 2022 road construction material bids.
Judge, I don't have those in front of me because I'm not privileged to that, so. I think I had the staff work this morning, so y'all have them before you?
Yes.
Yeah.
So all we're doing is approving the bids.
Yeah, that's correct.
So it moves.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Hammond for the bids on road construction material. Any questions?
Happy we got some bids.
Really?
That's right.
Hope they get the material.
Yeah. It's a problem.
So are you approving all the bids, approving low bidder?
All bids.
Okay, approving all bids. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. 3.5, discuss, consider approving change order number 3. Texas Material Group Inc., DBA Gulf Coast, in the amount of $5,302.50 for additional striping needed for FM 1409. And Larry Mark's here on that. Morning, Larry.
Morning, Larry. Good afternoon, Judge Sylvia.
It's not, oh, it is.
Are you going to be brief?
You better be brief.
I do not have a PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you very much.
Good job.
Thank you. As you know, the original project for 1409 had the bridge project and the roadway project as one project under one bid. That was later separated into 2 projects. So we had some striping issues that affected the roadway project when you don't have a bridge. And now we have a roadway project that will have a bridge shortly. So you have to change some of your striping so that people know which way they're supposed to go. So this change order covers that striping.
How much longer on?
I'll get to that shortly.
Yeah, that's the next item. Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 3.6, discuss consider update on Cookville Parkway and F 1409. All right.
Good afternoon again. My handout is only 3 pages. And I'd like to address the bridge project first. There will be some additional lane closures on the main lanes and frontage roads coming up shortly because of work over active lanes. You cannot have traffic under that work. So I'll keep the court informed as to when those lane closures will be. On the bridge project, the contractor anticipates completion in August of this year. Provided he can get all of the materials that he needs. There are 2 main items of construction that need to be completed. One is the concrete bridge rail, and the second is the asphalt paving on the approaches up to the bridge. Those are the 2 main items remaining. There's some minor items, but provided everything goes right, we should be finished in August. There's other items on the handout, but I would like to point out some issues on the roadway project. The original construction schedule completion was September of 2021. We had some delays due to center point and some service pole issues. We finally got those resolved this month, thanks to help from Commissioner Hammond. The 2 days that those service pole issues were resolved, we noticed some additional issues on the actual roadway, some cracks forming in the asphalt pavement. We have directed HTS, who is the geotechnical engineer of record, to study those cracks and hopefully determine the cause or causes, and then to provide remediation solutions. Even though the state has conditionally accepted the project, we don't think that we should walk away from the project with these existing cracks. The cracks are in the shoulders near the edge of the pavement. The possible cause is the hot temperatures and dryness of the soil adjacent to the pavement. And that dryness may have gotten under the pavement, and also you lose your lateral support on the roadway, so the pavement can move out just a little bit. So there are some cracks out there that you'll see if you drive slowly.
That's impossible to do on that road.
Yeah, we don't have that problem.
Yeah.
So as soon as we get the results from HTS, we'll keep the court informed as to how to proceed. Incidentally, the study that HTS is doing, I do not need additional funds from the court for that. We have in our budget monies left over to support that study. If the remediation calls for work on the roadway itself, that will be a change order to the contractor, Texas Sterling.
If it's deemed it's their responsibility?
At the moment, we believe it's in the act of God category. So therefore, that will not be Texas Materials, Texas Sterling's responsibility. If in fact we find out that there's a material issue or a construction issue, which there won't be, then it will be their responsibility.
And I just FYI, so I agree with Larry, evaluating the roadway.
We had similar issues on roadways back in 2011, 2012 in the droughts that happened in those years. And I've already been in contact with Noel that was here earlier with TxDOT concerning some ways that we address some of those cracking at that location in that time. So the key being here that the county has already accepted, you know, when y'all remember back last year when we opened the roadway, that we released the contractor from liability of that. TxDOT did a conditional acceptance. And so I do agree with Larry. I believe that this is all due to lack of rain and the dryness as it's wicking the moisture out from underneath the pavement shoulders. That's the reason you're seeing the cracking at the edge of the pavement, because that's where that is occurring. And so that loss of moisture causes some stresses there that we're seeing. And so we'll be trying to provide a cost-effective solution to work out with TxDOT to be able to deliver a roadway that's acceptable to the public.
Corey, not arguing that it's not an act of God, but you made the comment that we'd already accepted the road. However, if there is a construction problem and there's a warranty time and the contractor would still have some liability, is that not correct?
There's not a warranty under this contract. And so I don't believe that would be the case. I mean, certainly if there's something that's be proven otherwise, I mean, it's certainly always a discussion item. I don't think that will be the case, though. I do believe that it's due to the drought.
No, I'm not arguing that. I was just surprised that there's not a warranty or the contractor has no responsibility beyond acceptance.
Well, so once they open, that's the reason they keep the traffic off the roadway, and so at this point, when they wanted a release, so the county released that last year to open the roadway to traffic before school started back in August last year. So anyway, we provided that to the contractor. And so obviously, would be good to our word on that. But I really don't feel like it is a material issue or a construction issue. It is an act of God. So there again, I'll work with HTS and Larry, and we'll come up with a solution. We work with TxDOT to see something. As we got talking yesterday, there's some other roadways that have some similar issues that you could see that obviously, this contractor wasn't on. So you're starting to see some of those issues in other roadways.
As a tangent, in periods of dryness and high temperature, concrete pavement will buckle at joints. Again, it's typically not a construction or materials issue. It's just a high temperature. Concrete expands when it gets hot, and so it'll buckle at joints. So this is similar, but in this case, it's a pulling apart of the pavement at the edge of the roadway.
So
kind of like crashing my backyard.
Kind of like crashing sidewalk.
So obviously the key here, in addition to the repair, is going to be making it timely. We desire to get, it's unfortunate that this happened. I mean, we've been dragging along since July of last year, trying to get electrical out there. I do give kudos to Commissioner Hammond for reaching out to Centerpoint, and I appreciate Carlton, making the steps he did to actually get the lights on, get that moving. We might still be messing around if it wasn't for that. So I do appreciate that. It's unfortunate that it happened. If this had been a month earlier, we could have basically sold off on the job and it wouldn't be our issue. But like Larry said, we don't want to hand over something that needs a little bit of repair. So we'll work on that. Do y'all have any other questions on 1409 before we move to Kilgore?
Go ahead.
Okay, so Kilgore Parkway, it's been going on for a couple weeks. We've been making good progress there. Obviously, we're not into the roadway yet. The dry weather is good for construction progress. They're able to do some clearing and getting ready to get their boxes to get set. Anyway, they've done a lot of the dirt work up along apartments. They're gonna actually do a little bit of driveway work. Similar to what Larry was talking about, we are experiencing issues with cement supply and causing an issue with, we're seeing in some of the subdivision development with cement, sand and concrete deliveries. They're only getting like 1,000 cubic yards of concrete a day across for all of their projects. So they're having to spread it around. So that could end up into some issues with some delays at some point, but right now we look good and moving forward. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Corey. Thank you, Larry.
I mean, this concrete is going to affect all of our upcoming projects. I mean, I've got calls and calls about material, stabilized sand, so we can build concrete, Judge. I mean, so this is really, this is going to affect our upcoming projects.
Yeah, it's only going to drive costs up and make things more challenging to move forward on. It's a new surprise every month. It's crazy.
Okay, no action on 3.6. Thank you both. 3.7, discuss, consider appointing Robert L. Bobby Hall, contract county engineer, and Corey Taylor as contract assistant county engineer.
Sorry.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice.
Judge.
And what this does is allow Bobby day-to-day operation, and Corey still be on to XJC, Gilmore Road, the special project, build the next time. Go ahead, Bobby.
I think it's gonna work great. I mean, it's already that Corey and I working together, and we at different meetings, he jumps in on certain things and I can jump in on it. It's working real good. And not only that, I don't have to work as much.
Good. We don't want you overworked, Bobby. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Corey. I got a motion and second. Any questions?
Yeah, do both of your meters run together or pause one, start, stop, and how's it go?
Sometimes it's sometimes both of us are running together, sometimes not. It's unfortunate sometimes they run together, but I think it's necessary at those times.
But we do have a longhorn leading a Raider, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Moving on. Go back to the top and get the, yeah. Thank you, Larry.
Thanks, Larry.
1.2, discuss said resolution declaring June 2022 as elder abuse preventative month in Chambers County. Billy?
We'll move. Oh, you can read it?
Either way you want to go. Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Hammond. And,
Did he go to the old one?
Hang on, let me.
yeah, I went to the Oklahoma court after January, after December 31st. That would be me.
Go ahead, Medicare.
I gotta get it blown up where your eyes can see it. Okay, Older Abuse Awareness Month proclamation. Whereas older adults and people with disabilities, why you make me read this? Cause I'm the oldest one up here.
Yeah, that's what he said. You couldn't hear him.
Okay. No, Bobby, I'm glad you're. Whereas older adults and people with disabilities of diverse backgrounds contribute to the well-being of this, especially county, of this county by working, caregiving, volunteering, and actively preserving customs, rituals, and traditions. And whereas as we age, we build momentum in accumulating knowledge, experience, insight, and wisdom that can be shared to enrich our community. And whereas abuse of older adults and people with disabilities in community is a community concern affecting thousands of people across Texas. And whereas abuse affected more than 118,208 older adults and people with disabilities in Texas in 2021. And whereas abuse against older adults and people with disabilities is grossly underreported because of social stigma, embarrassment, and fear. And whereas adult abuse affects men and women of all income and ability levels and cultural and ethnic backgrounds and in all communities. And whereas elder abuse is everyone's business, it's important to strengthen our efforts to prevent, report, and address elder abuse. Therefore, the county, Chambers County Court notes, therefore, I, the judge of Chambers County, in recognition thereof, do hereby proclaim this month of June 2022 to be Elder Abuse Awareness Month in Chambers County, Texas, and urge all residents to work together to reduce abuse and neglect of older adults and people with disabilities.
I got a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion, no opposition. All right, page one's done, page two.
Y'all just did it, put me in charge. Now I could
And
really
there's a piece down.
Review.
more abuse people.
Got resolutions for the
All right, let's go to solid waste. State one, discuss consider rescinding bids for 5 roll-off trucks.
so moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 8.2, discuss consider authorizing bids for 5 roll-off trucks.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Tice. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Safety emergency management. 10.1, discuss and consider purchasing 6 Lumify portable ultrasound from Life Assist in the amount of $39,000.
Thank you.
Sir,
On that 8.2, that's going out for bid, right?
yes, authorizing bids.
Yep.
Authorizing go after bids. Go ahead, 10.1.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Initially, we were budgeted to buy the new Tempest monitors, which had the portable ultrasound and the video laryngoscopy built into them. After discussions with some other EMS services, as well as the Commissioner Hamby and Commissioner Gore, we decided to forego the funding of the monitors themselves to save a little bit of money and save a little bit of time. The Lumifies are actually the ultrasound that comes with the cardiac monitor, and they're actually cheaper if you purchase them this way as well, about $3,000 a piece versus buying them with the monitor. Ultrasound is becoming the standard of care in EMS, allows us to do fast exams, with look for blood and internal bleeding. We can also check for fetal heart tremors. We can also check to see if they're actually having a aortic aneurysm and all those things in the field, which helps us make an appropriate destination decision for those patients, whether they go with life flight or take them to a closest appropriate facility to receive care immediately. So we're requesting to use the funds from the Tempest monitors to buy the portable ultrasounds.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 10.2, discuss consider purchase of 6 McGrath video
Laryngoscopy.
thank you, from Stryker Medical in the amount of $16,492.84. Front.
So if we have to secure somebody's airway, put an ET tube down their throat to breathe, currently we're using the King Vision. The King Vision is outdated. They were donated to the individual EMS services from the rack back in the late 2000s. So it's time to start upgrading those. The McGrath is the newest one. That's not new. They've been out for about 10 years. Gives us access to do recording and take pictures while we're doing the intubation to attach to the PCR. So therefore it alleviates any confusion on whether or not we actually successfully intubated the patient. It also has the same curve on the blade as the normal laryngoscope blades that we use, which means they don't have to change their technique from doing the intubations as they would with some of the other video laryngoscopies that are out there. So we're requesting to purchase those and get the equipment updated again with those Tempest funds, and that'll save us significant money. I think the Tempest for $350, this total project is like $54,000, I think.
So we're buying 6 of them for a total of 16,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I know when I was reading the PO, it shows 1, and it kind of confused me for 16,000.
It's
I guess
it's
it's
the
a lot.
one quote, the lot. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I believe. And I have to check with Chris on that one. And I was out of town last week, so if the requisitions are not correct, which I know some of them aren't in the next packet, I apologize. I didn't have a chance to review them. I was out of town in class last week, and my assistants took care of that. And that's my fault for not being able to review them in time for they got submitted.
Yeah, here it is right here. It shows
Yeah, I saw that, but then when you look at
6.
the PO, it shows right here, it shows 1. So that was what was confusing me.
Oh,
Under item.
Yeah, it's on our packet page 427.
I believe it just shows one item total on the requisition.
And that is probably for, I assume, it's for the law, because it does show that in the other paperwork.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the invoice shows.
Yeah.
Our quote. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Todd, second by Commissioner Hammond. Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 10.3, discuss the city reimbursement of 2022 fuel expense to volunteer fire department amount of $21,003.
So requisition 062-875, and I don't know what page number it is in the package. Has the wrong vendor on it, just for the record. That's actually for Winnie EMS, not for Winnie Fire Department. I'll get that corrected if this is approved by the court. As everybody knows, fuel costs have skyrocketed over the last 6 to 8 months. It's putting a little bit extra strain on the volunteer fire departments because they don't anticipate that it's extended costs. Myself and Commissioner Gore have worked with the fire departments to get receipts from them and figure out how much they're spending on fuel compared to how much they were spending in previous years on fuel. And we have some reserve funds that are in the 091 account for the fire departments. And basically requesting to reimburse them the cost of their fuel that they've spent this year to help them those volunteer departments get over the hump on what the extra additional costs. It's about 75 to 80% additional cost for those fire departments already through the 6-month period that they spent on fuel.
I was just curious, why Winnie is so much more than everybody
That's
else.
actually for Winnie EMS, and that's like it says Winnie.
Is
Fire
that the
Department. That's
mistake you're
actually for-
talking
yes,
about?
sir. That's actually for Winnie EMS, not for Winnie Fire Department.
Okay.
Winnie EMS runs about 90 to 100 calls a month, and they're transporting back and forth to Beaumont, so their fuel cost is significantly higher.
So the real number will be different than what we got in our
No,
package.
sir, that's the actual correct number. Just when we put in the requisition, we gave them the wrong vendor number, and I didn't catch it before it made the court agenda to get it corrected.
Or Winnie.
It's for Winnie EMS, yes, ma'am.
EMS.
Yeah, not for the fire department.
But the reimbursement would be to the fire department, not to me.
No,
It's
sir.
for the
Yes,
EMS.
the vendor number is incorrect on the requisition, so I've got to get that corrected with purchase.
Yeah, we need to, because the item only says volunteer fire department, so let's pull it.
Okay.
And then come back with it for the Winnie EMS.
Yes, sir.
Just to make sure we're clear on it. So we'll pull the funding for Winnie's VFD fuel reimbursement and improve the rest of them. If you choose to.
Sounded like a motion to me, Gary.
I'll entertain one.
What he said, or a motion.
So.
Second. Most by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Todd. Tom, you had a question?
That's the last, Lori. Kind of comment, so. Me and Commissioner Gore have been kind of working on this, so. He brought up maybe just do the diesel. I don't know, I'm kind of okay with all of it myself, I think, so.
I think after our meeting and everything transpiring, I think we can move forward.
Yeah, with all of it,
Well, they're gonna have expenses throughout the rest of the year too, you know.
yeah, though.
We're trying to adjust that by increasing, which we'll discuss that at budget hearings about potentially increasing their funding in the future. And we can always bring this back towards the end of the year to do an additional reimbursement if the court so chooses as well. Once we kind of have a better grasp of what fuel cost is going to be like for the next 6 to 8 months.
Good
We do
luck
have
with
some-
that.
Yeah, we do have some additional funding and reserve funding in that account for emergency type situations like this. So the money's there if we need to pull back later.
All right, I got a motion second. Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So I think we'll go to page 2. Okay, we're down to consent.
Allow me to discuss that, Judge. I put it in the letter, but I put it on the consent. You need to discuss that.
One.
It's 1912, I believe.
Where's the purchase the ambulance graphics from on-site decals?
So when we initially did the bid on the new ambulances, we have a contract with On-Site Decals that did all of the wraps on our previous vehicles. They're doing wraps on public health. They're actually cheaper than paying Horton to do the wraps. So we basically did the additional quotes and put it on to have our current bidder do the wraps on the truck. It won't delay us taking delivery of the trucks at all. It'll just save us about $1,000 in the back end.
Yeah, it looked like they're still over what we'd originally estimated, but not as much.
Yes, sir. The original estimation was about 6,000.
Right.
And I think this is right around 6,400, I believe. I don't have the PO in front of me. But Horton's new estimate was almost 7,500.
Yeah.
So it's
So,
doing
and
a
that-
change order.
We'll be getting a credit back from Horton.
Yes, sir. So Horton
For
will
that.
pass back that $12,000 off of the PO when we take delivery of those trucks.
It's gonna cost us 13,600 to get it
I
done.
think
So we're
6
still-
figures out.
Okay, Ron, tell us who's out there.
So Acadian Ambulance has their new ambulance, their mass casualty vehicle that they've been using for about 6 or 8 months. They came out today to show off some of the medics and different responders in the county. They're set up over across the street in front of the county court of law building. If you guys take a recess and like to go look at it, it's a regional asset that's available to us through CETRAC and the EMTF anytime we need it. So to make a phone call, they're going to come. You've seen the Atascocita bus. It came during Imelda. This is the new version of that. We call them the Ambulance 2.0. It's actually built like an ambulance box, so it's much more sturdy. It's higher off the ground and get through higher water because it floods. After reviews, this is what we started designing for the new ambuses.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
All right,
Ron.
precinct 1.
I just want to discuss 1915 for a second. I know it's already been approved, but I mean, is there any way we can do like a 1 year to like 25? So I mean, I've had people already complaining about $50. I'm just saying.
No, I'm with you, Commissioner. As a matter of fact, I was gonna do that one also. So, I mean, personally, I am not in support of going $50 on those things all at once like that.
That's a little bit of jump right now, so. My concerns for the economy we're in. But I mean, either we can change it. I mean, I said, it's already been approved. It was approved last quarter.
Yeah.
For the being,
Social media is telling everybody go out and buy one real quick before it goes.
Yeah.
That'd be the wise thing to do.
Sure.
I'm just saying, if, I mean, it's already been approved, so nothing can be done about that. But
It's just a starting time, whether it's when it's.
it's a starting time, and then if we can do a 1 year for 25, I'm just asking that, and it's up to the court.
Do we have an age bracket like?
Yes.
Yeah, 65.
Yeah, 65 and over, I think you get one free, and then you buy a second one.
And your veterans.
The veterans, yeah.
Anyway, that, I was just gonna bring that up. I would just ask that question.
Well, you got,
No, it's not.
you got from now to September.
Why don't we just do it from now till December 31st?
Well, what's on the agenda, effective date of September 1. So
Dollar a week.
it's,
Oh, it's cheap, trust me, because I have checked with the Liberty County up there on Highway 770, they charge you by the pound.
Well, they charge you by the pound everywhere in the state of Texas,
Yeah.
pretty much.
I'm not disputing.
Yeah.
I know, but we got less litter on our streets than a whole lot of counties in the state of Texas.
I'm not disputing that we
No, I think
have
we do.
a cheap rate, I'm just
Well-
expressing what is expressed to me from my constituents.
we don't have as many people dumping, you're right. Especially coming out of Harris County and Jefferson County too.
No, I mean, from the get-go,
And the county.
over the last several months, we've made multiple strides in stopping a lot of illegal dumping at a lot of sites and landfill and everything else. This helped because I looked at the last 3-year trend, and even with the growth within the county, our garbage disposal at landfill has not shot up, just either stayed level or dropped just a little bit.
Pretty much stayed flat.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not disputing that we have a good rate. I'm just saying. I thought $50 was too much jump in my opinion. That's just my opinion. And I'm just asking if the court could do it 1 year for $25. So,
right.
that would be fine.
Thanks. What else, Commissioner?
Judge, somebody's got their hand up over there.
Man, oh yeah, Carolyn, you got 18.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Actually, that should have been placed on the regular agenda. Due to the budget account not showing enough funds, if you should see the time card. And so I was gonna have the auditor, help me out with that, and if you know anything on that.
Well, even if it's on the consent, we can discuss it, so it's not really a big deal.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Eric.
So that's just coming out of their EA forfeiture fund. Which I mean, they've got like 200K. It just right in the process yet, but I think it's okay to go ahead and approve it, and we'll make that transfer for them.
Okay, thank you, Karen. All right, Commissioner Gore, what else?
That was it. I was getting 18 too, but I mean, 18. I'm good now.
All right, Commissioner Tosh, you got anything?
No, sir.
Good. You three.
5 and 6. Job description, payroll change.
Take them to
Take-
executive session.
Yes, executive.
Okay. All right,
My bad.
that it,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Collins.
Item number 8, mileage. It's well needed, but also the people that get a stipend for mileage and stuff is equally justified. By commissioners.
So, yeah, I see what you're saying when you look at.
It's funny you say that, because I was just, I looked at how many county vehicles we have, and all of them being drove home too. I mean, that's a cost we need to look at as well. And I don't know what we're getting, what, if that's part of their package benefit, or if we're taking X number of dollars out of their check and money, so then the driver will be different. What private fuel.
Okay, we can look at that during budget. I think the commissioners also go ahead and should make note of that.
Yeah, I think that'd be the process when we do the elected official salaries.
All right, what else?
And I want to echo what Commissioner Gore said again. I would like to reconsider $50. Maybe we go 25 on the waste stickers.
Are the dump stickers, are they still 2 years? Because wouldn't that be $25 a year?
It would be.
It is, but we don't offer 1 year. And, but I mean, I'm with Commissioner Thomas, I go to 25 for 2 years, I mean, but it's already been voted on, we got approved.
Yeah.
If it's other, but I'm just saying, if we can't do that, if we do 25 for 1 year. I mean, everybody's spending more money on everything that we do. So I mean, it's just trying to help them out.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, that's just a benefit that we give to our residents or citizens that all of them use, you know. We subsidize the golf course, we subsidize everything.
Oh, they're great.
I mean, you know, it's service.
Well, no, you just punch out. I
25.
mean, as long as the court's okay with it, I'm fine.
Right, it's already been approved. I think if you're gonna change,
We gotta
somebody's
come
gonna
back.
put it back on court
I agree.
for reconsideration.
Yes.
All right, anything else? Justin?
And I'll reiterate, everybody has till August 31st to get a new sticker at $10.
Absolutely. Yeah, $10 for 2 years.
It will last for 2 years.
I wouldn't buy a lifetime. You can do that in 100 days.
All right, anything else, Billy?
No.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent except for 5 and 6.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Todd, second by Commissioner Gore. Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. So we're going to executive session. Under 20.1 personnel issues at 11:37 p.m. 12:37 p.m.
Feels like
It's been a long morning.
1:37.
Yeah. All right, court come to order after executive session, 1:16 PM. Under consent, number 5 and 6, we've taken back to executive session. I know we want to pull Joe Pena's job description and payroll change and bring it back next court. And have a motion on the to approve the rest. Motion by Commissioner Ty, second by Commissioner Hammond. Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries at 1:17 PM. We are adjourned.
Hey, Jern.
Thank goodness.